Good Monday morning, the 18th of May, 2026. And the behavior continues here, I guess. Best way to put it. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that I don't multitask very well, and so doing this recording and stream provides complete transparency and full accountability to my trading. At the same time, captures everything I'm watching on my two screens here, my trading screens, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking about at that time. So I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and doing all those things to keep up a journal. And this works very well. Now, having said that, I don't intend this to be trade or financial advice. I'm not, licensed to provide that, and that's not my intention. My intention, again, is that this is my virtual trading journal, and I let anybody who cares to look over my shoulder and listen to what I'm thinking and watch what I'm doing. I only trade vetted, structured setups based on data, and those are taken live here on Bookmap. I anticipate the setups, if it starts to happen, I trade them live on Bookmap, and then I manage out the trade. So that's about as transparent as you can get. All right, let's move on to the numbers. It's been a goofy overnight and Monday as usual. Let's get back over here. I was anticipating a range gap and a closed gap, outside range and a gap here until someone, I'll let you guess who, tweeted that we're looking to reduce or eliminate restrictions on Iranian oil. Gosh, I wonder why. I wonder who the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil is. And what would that do to the Straits of Hormuz? Well, that's China. And I guess they're not going to be, I guess that would relax the Straits of Hormuz, assuming that Iran is able to sell and export oil. So that's good. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if 3 months ago we just didn't go bomb the crap out of everybody over there? But hey, that's a different story, So let's look at the pre-market and the numbers. Now, the first thing that puzzled me right off the bat was, I'll get this over here, investing.com, my original news source. Nothing today. Exactly nothing. I first thought something was wrong there, but I've checked it a couple of times and it looks correct. We are in earnings season, and this Wednesday after the bell is NVIDIA, which is going to be that's the most valuable company on the planet and the last of the Mag 7 to report. This is investing.com. It's my old-fashioned, trusty news source. They only report economic calendar events. You can filter for whatever you want, and as you see all these ads flying around here, it's free, and I keep it that way on purpose so that anybody visiting the stream can have access to the same resources. Notice the event title changes to a URL. If you don't know what GDP year-over-year for Q1 for Japan is, you can click that link and it'll tell you all about it. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. Now, here you go. This was the spike right here that you see on Bookmap right there. This was the release. U.S. proposed temporary waiver on Iran oil sanctions. Then Iran comes back with this one. That Iran wants a long multi-stage truce, including a long-term nuclear freeze instead of the full dismantling, which doesn't sound that far apart, frankly, from, I think what's happening now is that the administration, it's kind of like roping an antelope, after you always want to try it, and then after you do it, all you want is lose from it. And I think that's similar to what we got now. Trump got talked into this thing from Netanyahu, and now all he wants is away from it was in being able to save some kind of face, if there's any left to save. And this would be, I think this would be a good idea, and I hope it comes to pass. There's 90 million people in Iran. And he keeps talking about there'll be nothing left but glass and all this kind of stuff. Well, that's nuclear blast. If he even remotely tries something like that, I don't think that would end well. Now, one thing about Financial Juice that you will notice differently, they have a calendar over here, and this is like a squawk box. Notice the calendar. NVIDIA CEO Hong is speaking. Trump is going to speak about healthcare at 15:30. You'll never see these kind of events pulled into the calendar on investing.com. However, anybody with a brain that's been near the markets knows that we are in a super high potential geopolitical risk environment to our auction, and these kinds of things very definitely could be a catalyst. So I'm very appreciative of Financial Juice for pulling these things into their calendar, and that's, in fact, I had never used Financial Juice before until I realized this, and that's why I do. There you go. Let's get on to something more meaningful, perhaps, which would be the pre-market. Well, you can see that we traded pretty much short inventory all night below previous close and range until the big announcement, and now we're trading back right up into value from yesterday, Friday, sorry. This is Investor RT. It is my more typical charting package. Notice that each window has in the header of each window is a chart name, which doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. There is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This particular one, this tab happens to be the minis. This tab happens to be the micros. And there we are. Now, this is interesting because this is not correct. I see the problem right there. There we go. All right. Same story with the micros. Now, this is the higher time frame micro composite chart, and it is, remember, MES, daily chart, daily time frame, and RTH session only. So every one of these candles represents a full RTH sessions trading. Wherever volume overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, etc. These high and low volume nodes here are the red and green lines. They represent the high and low volume nodes of this last active volume profile, micro composite volume profile. And there's the POC. And there we were Thursday, and here we were Friday, and here we are going to open today, that little white nub right there. So there we have it. This is the market profile, and I don't change these back and forth from micro to mini. I just leave on minis. Whoa, look at that. 204% volume at this point in time, looking back 20 sessions. But very little ATR, actually. This is all because of this giant kerfluffle that they announced, you know. Guess who bought some crude? It's just breathtaking, the degree of scammery which we're witnessing, and there's not even any shyness or embarrassment about it. They're just out front, straight up. Guess that's something. So here we go. Now, the session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. Bookmap. Well, here we go. So this is Blue Boy. This is just a vertical line, which I put on the first print right there of every session. You'll see that there was the ETH, and back over there's the RTH, and there's the ETH, and on and on and on. The reason I do that is so I can, if I keep the chart like this, where I can glance left and see Blue Boy over here, I know that that's the first print of the ETH trading session at 1700 last night. And there is the most recent print right here this morning. So this is absolutely the entire context in view. And that gives me a complete understanding of where we are. Right to left, we have the micro composite columns where I enter these various high and low volume nodes. I was anticipating some gap stuff. I'll remove these things because they don't mean anything anymore. Anyway, I enter these manually from the micro composite chart. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap from the MC of the micro composite. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. The full session, not the Globex. It's the Globex or the full session. It's not the ETH. RTH volume profile, RTH delta, reset at 8:30 this morning. The session statistics, which is real important to me, and then here are the session prices, which push from Bookmap to Bookmap. Football. I don't have a dome here anymore, but what I do have are the important columns from the dome. This is the order book or the resting liquidity, limit orders, and these are the prices. Then we have the chart. No indicators on the chart or IRT, only a few. I try to keep everything as simple as I can. Price levels, volume, probabilities. So, the mid for the RTH, pretty obvious. VWAP for the Globex, and there will be one for the RTH. Excuse me. POC for both full session and Globex. Can't think. Full session and RTH session. Now, none of these numbers are mysterious or hard to understand. The POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right here, we've traded 4,792 contracts. That's the most of them that's traded all night. The very split second that one of these other price levels is 4,793, this thing's going to move there. That's it. Simple. The most traded price, where the price at which the most contracts have traded. Period. Volume weighted average price for the Globex in the full session. And then some levels that sometimes confuse, which is IB low and IB high. Because of the names, I guess. IB stands for initial balance. It's an old market profile level. What these two levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And this is kind of deceptive because after I've shut my systems off and restart on Sunday night, this starts picking up the volume for the volume profile. You notice it's exactly the same, the volume profile as the full session. So this isn't actually representing last Friday. I don't know how to do that with Bookmap. I don't think it can. Anyway, and this again is this the statistics column. So the first thing I do here is determine the statistic open type estimated for the day. And that's very simple because there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close, so it's higher than the close. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the range is above us and the range is below us, so it's within range. So this is going to be higher in range. And we'll change the title here to higher in range. And I just changed that title for my own benefit. When I look at this a screen snap or this stream and I glance at the column title, I know exactly what the open type was, and that gives me a lot of data. Next thing I'm going to do is remove the statistics from Friday. Meaningless, right? Now let's look at the statistics estimated for today. And we do this right over here. There was Friday. Let's just renew this briefly. Okay. This was Friday. Notice that IRT highlights the correct open type after 8:30. And also, any level that has been achieved in the RTH session, that current session, it changed the text color from black to blue. That's pretty handy. So we're going to open higher in range today. We just figured that out. The system is, again, simple, logical. That's it, the KISS principle. The session looks back at 1,741 days, the most recent 1,741 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range 537 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time. Now I'm just going to go right over here and go overnight volume point of control and go 80.8. And that is just as tough as it gets right there. And one thing I'm going to do real quickly, and then I'm just going to go down the list. I'm just there. There's the point of control. Next is overnight high 74.7. Then I'll just keep rocking. Overnight high, trust me, 70.7. There's the high, right? And if you want to look there, there you go. And if you want to look over here, there it is. So overnight mid, 74.5. I want to get to these IBs quickly here. Previous close, 69.3. And this should tell you something right away about probabilities. If price is going to get here to 74.5, it's going to have to get through 69.3 first, right? So that means these are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These are the probability or the percentage of time that this session was, or that price was revisited when we opened higher in range. Hope I'm using the right column, and I'm already not. 69.3. Yeah, I am. Good for me. Okay, IB high. That's what I'm looking for. 68.2. Now, where'd the IB high go? It was above us up here. What did I do? There it is. 68.2. And why did I put the initials there? Remember the definition. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour. So the very second that we open the RTH session, this flag is going to come down above price somewhere. Same way with the low will come up. And the IB low is 61.6. Okay. And what else do we have going on here? Overnight low, 49. Yeah, That's okay. POC 66.7. Where'd that go? It's right with the overnight high, so I'm not going to be able to get that in there. Let's put that maybe. Hold on. I like the percentages over here, but let's try it over here. What do you think? Actually, I don't think that's valid. I'm not going to put that in there. That doesn't make sense. And we'll look at that in a minute. Previous high is 59.2. Previous an ETH low. Where's that? 49.0. Now I need to do something that I do every day, which is called the TLab snap. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to do something here. Darn it. I forgot to restart IRT this morning when I got up. I get up early and I'm sleepy and I'm old, so cut me some slack, right? When I don't restart IRT on the weekend after the open on Sunday afternoon, it doesn't pull the settlement prices for some weird reason. And the TLab snap is important to have those in my opinion. There we go. Okay, so there we are. Okay, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every morning about 6 or before, whenever I get up, whatever, the first post is the reports or numbers for the day, and then the second post is a snap I made for those guys a long time ago that looks like this right here. And I made this a year or two ago because I thought, well, if somebody doesn't have the same kind of charting capability, then this will give them all the numbers they might want to have. And that's what I do every day. Now, the TLab is a Bookmap, as I said, it's a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who's been trading for, look at all the naked volume points of control, not to change the subject, but look at that below us. He's been trading for like 47 years, started out early on as a money manager. I'm sure he just trades his own account now. I can't imagine that he manages other people's money, but who knows? Maybe he does. And he runs this TLab. You're not solicited for anything there, even to join or to subscribe to Bookmap, which is kind of amazing. But it is, and there's good philosophy there and whatever else, And I used to be active in there, but until I started streaming, which is essentially a suggestion from Tom to focus on your own market, narrate it, rather than being, yucking it up in some other room somewhere. Now, the TLab is not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. It's a Discord chat. So, and it's the only place I recommend, certainly in Bookmap or anywhere else, as a, respect to Tom and the people in there, because there's a lot of good people. So that's what I do every morning at 8:20. That's the TLab snap. Now you know. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so I see some views here, but I don't see anybody in the chat thingy. So anyway, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Let's get on to the next business here, which is, I suppose you would admit, is pretty important to be able to trade with Bookmap. First thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel and select a method, account, and whatnot that you're going to use. And you'll need to select, depending on how you're going to do it, whether it is a using multi-brackets or whatever, that's how you set it up. I'm not using them at the moment, but I'll talk about that going forward. So next thing I need to do here after I've done that is make sure that I'm on the correct statistics thing, which is being pushed to the correct journal. And then that the multi-trade thing is working, because that's what I'm doing at this point. I'll explain that, of course, in a minute. And I'm not using multi-brackets because I'm using a hedge strategy now. So the reason I'm using these Lucid Prop 5 accounts copied to each is I needed to de-risk, because the vetted trade of the original initial balance trade that I vetted was just in a continual losing. It had exceeded the expected consecutive stops from the back testing, which means something's wrong. You should not change anything until one of the parameters is exceeded. Obviously, nobody's going to get too upset about consecutive winners in a row, but consecutive losers in a row is like, bleeding to death by 1,000 cuts. So that's what I've done. And the only way to de-risk from two minis or two micros that I've been able to figure out, unless you've got a better idea, is this the concept of the prop thing, which is because it allows me to continue trading the same size and the same number, actually more, but big changes in the prop world, which I had no idea about until a week or so ago when I figured this out. Completely different than it used to be. You pay a one-time fee. There's no subscription, so for the price of one stop, I can trade these accounts with no problem, with the $1,000 drawdown per each account. So that's a pretty that's the way I could figure out to continue trading, improve the trading, and de-risk. And then risk, as risk goes up, I go back to my live AMP account right here. So this is what I'm doing at this moment. And it's the same exact configuration as far as looking over my shoulder would be. It's the same trading here on Bookmap and IRT, and there we go. We're going to open here in a couple of seconds, so I am going to let that be that for right now. I'm going to open in about 50 seconds. And then I'll go through the rest of it as we go. Let's, fingers crossed this thing does what it's supposed to do. 200% volume. Wow. On that spike from 30 seconds. Pretty crazy, huh? Whew. To say the least. And I think I'm going to shut off these NQs. Because they're taking way too much, too many resources. Well, there you go. I got that one to work okay. See this? That's because these are sucking all the oxygen out of the room. And I did them in order to get historical data for the hedge stuff I'm doing, thinking that might be an instrument to work with. Well, we'll see. Come on. There we go. I don't know why this is plain hard to get, but it is. I do this to keep, well, I'm not showing you what I'm doing, but anyway. What I'm doing is changing the charting from full session to RTH, and I do that to keep the relationship of the session prices in order. So everybody's okay now. And let's get back to the business at hand. Look at that 39-second lags. Terrible. Well, at least this thing reset on time, so that's good news. ETH high goes up there. Come on. Okay. Jesus Christ, come on. Okay. Well, we're trading. Or the market's moving anyway. Kind of slow, isn't it? We'll get this wound out where a little more speed in the tape. And we'll put Blue Boy on the job here in a minute when it gets away from this active data column. Mm. Can't get it right on, but I guess 6 seconds is okay. Here's our open. IB high, IB low. How low can you go? We didn't get this one last week. This is the range low and the range gap low, and this is the range high, and the gap should be gap low, should be gap high. I don't know. I'm doing something different than I usually do. I have always considered a gap the previous high or low to the current open. But the data deal I'm using now and a lot of things I'm reading, the gap is from the previous close to the previous open. So there is a little gap right there. And then inside or outside of range is the open compared to the previous high or low. So we did open in a little bit of a gap this morning, 37 to 17. Well, actually, 20 handles. But it looks like they're going to close that gap pretty quick. And I'm going to get about 5 minutes going here. There we go. Too freaking tight otherwise. That would work better, I think, wouldn't it? Let's get that. Edit this drawing. Let's see if I can do this. There you go. Oh, baby. I'm tired. It's hot. 7 miles kicked my ass yesterday. I think we're off and running though. Looks like, I don't know who's in the stream, but welcome. Good morning. I don't see anything in there, but drop something in the chat or say hello or, you know, whatever you want to say. Tell me how crazy you think this is. The purpose of the stream, again, is not my way or the highway. Absolutely. This is what I'm doing now. I let anybody watch for transparency and accountability. And I really appreciate comments, suggestions, new ideas. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Definitely not my way or the highway. So we didn't quite close the gap yet. I'm having a hard time getting used to that idea. Let's see if I've got everything working right here. I want to make sure all my charting's pushing correctly and all those things. Seems like it. Okay. I'm going to set up my hedge trading now. I'm not going to be looking for anything until we go through the data for the initial balance. But let's just set up what we've got to do here. First things first, on the micros, we're trading a 5 lot. Well, come on. I didn't want to do that. No. Flatten. Where the hell are we? Flatten. Cancel all. That was not something I wanted to do. Absolutely not. Son of a bitch. That was just my mouse hitting something on the keyboard. Me trying to close over here and my mouse hit the mixer and entered. Now, as it turns out, it would have been a winner, but I'm certainly not going to do that. Well, as it turns out, I got $6, so good for me. That is not at all what I had in mind. So there you go. Crazy. Boy, that sucks. This older keyboard has the mouse buttons curl over the front, and if I bump into something on my desktop here, you see the results. I was clear up here, and that hit the desktop. That hit the mixer, put us in along right here. Now I was able to quickly get out of it. I wasn't fast enough because you noticed that I immediately went up here. That's what I'm looking for typically. Because if you close this, now you got cancel and close. That's where I went immediately. Got out of it whole, but still, that's a bad show there. Hey, Antonio. Just had a little fat finger stupidness over here. Got out of it okay, though, so that's not a problem, I guess. Big, we were gap down, and I don't know when you joined up, but big pops here on the news. This is this was the big pop originally right here, that the U.S. proposed temporary waiver on Iran sanctions. Guess what? Isn't that interesting? Let's see. They went to China. The biggest purchaser of Iranian oil is China. Let's put a waiver on Iranian oil sanctions. Well, that might work out okay. That was the pop. Here was further stuff that came into the fray from Iran. So now you know what I know. Back to the business at hand here, which is now I got to set up this side of the hedge for oh hell, that didn't even hedge. That was not, boy, that was really a screw up. But I hadn't planned to make a trade, so yeah, that was a real potential stupid move there for sure. What's going on here? Why did that go away? Oh, I didn't even know IRT had taken a crap. Jesus. I'm off to a good start, huh? Maybe not. Let's check the database. I don't know why that took a dump. But let's see. Jesus, I'm going back to bed. $26 over here already. Well, the hell did that happen? Oh, Jesus, Christopher Christ. Well, are you running now, Mr. IRT? Are you going to play nice? Look at the naked volume points of control we got it below us down here. Isn't that amazing? Not to mention VPOC. Well, this seems to be incorrect right there. That needs to be there. Okay. Why that didn't hold up, I don't know. That's savvy. I have no idea why IRT took a crap. I know why the thing entered the trade, but I don't know why IRT took a crap. Well, hell with you then. Boy, this thing is amazing, isn't it? It's not doing very well. Well. Hey, Anton. How you doing? How was the swim meet? I hope great. Excuse me. I've had a hell of a morning. RT crashed and I fat-fingered an entry. Jesus. I should go back to bed and just lay there till this passes, I guess. Or till I pass out or something, man. Yeah. Okay. Get over here. Here's my fat finger. It's not a fat finger, actually. I bumped my mouse, whose buttons curl over the front of the mouse, into my mixer, and there you are. There was a long. So I'm up $6.25. Winning day, hey. Win rate. I got 100% win rate. Big pop overnight. We were way short inventory, and then a big pop, of course, early in the morning about Iran. U.S. is proposing. What does it say? I better not quote it. This was the big pop originally. U.S. proposes temporary waiver on Iranian oil sanctions, so China will be happy. They'll be able to get their oil, and Iran will have money, and, I guess it gives them a door to get out. And then Iran came back with this idea later, a few minutes later. Notice a similar, almost identical reaction in the markets. This is a little different, but anyway. So that's where that's at. Trump is going to be doing some weirdness at 15:30. That won't bother us, I don't guess. And there was no reporting this morning or numbers. In fact, it was so bleak. Well, I thought that we were, this is today's numbers. I thought it was, I actually checked the CME's calendar to see if this was Memorial Day instead of next week. But anyway. So there we go. Now you know as much as I do. So I'm going to be real careful here and try to keep my mistakes to a minimum. That was pretty weird. I'm not used to that, actually. What happened here? Okay. Yeah. Sleepy, I guess. Knocked my dick in the dirt yesterday with this weekend with hotter than stink and a lot of work outside and exercise. You know, every Sunday I do about 7 miles. And yeah. Wow, congratulations. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Super duper. Well, there's an Olympic shot going on. And he can swim for Ukraine. That'd be pretty cool, huh? I don't know how they do that. I don't know how somebody born and raised in America, for example, like the Chinese gal that skied for China. I don't know exactly how that works, but I can certainly understand them wanting to do that. Yeah, this thing is they're gonna come to something over here. You watch this. This is the next one out now. First was this one, then was this one, now there's this one. So this is they're gonna, you know, Trump's he's desperate, I think. I don't know, Trump. I'll use him as a personification for the GOP, but I think that they are freaking out big time about the midterms, and so maybe somebody said, hey, look, dude, we got to get some of this crap picked up. I guess, I don't know. Maybe. Let's hope for the 90,000 Iranians. 90 million, I'm sorry. Well, so I pulled a dummy over here, basically, but reacted properly, so that's good. I hadn't even gotten the second the copies that oh yes, I did have the copies. This should be across all of them. I've come to some really interesting stuff yesterday that surprised me, and why I'm sort of was up too late looking at it. We'll go over it all here in a minute. I guess we're all right. We're in 5 minutes. IB's working. It reset pretty much on time. We're taking out stats right, left, and center. Didn't quite get to the mid, though. Or the overnight VPOC, actually. Overnight VPOC is way down here at 91.5. We were short all night, as I said. If I can make this thing do something, well, I can't. I've already got it on RTH, so I'm not gonna, and it's still doing the lag dance, so I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm about ready to shit can IRT, and I'll tell you why. Remember last week I said if somebody came up with a way that the thing that was keeping me, two things are keeping me with IRT. The session prices because I like them. I use them over here, and I like them. I appreciate them very much, and I appreciate the fact that I'm able to share them and help, people if I can, in TLab or wherever it is. That's why I'm real conscientious about, trying to do that. Well, you're not going to believe what materialized yesterday when I opened things back up. I'll show you here as soon as we get back up to the open. Have a look here. First of all, this is the what's in play on Edgeful, right? We've gone over that plenty and I've talked about it. Okay, dual citizenship. I got it. Okay. Well, that's the part that's funny to me because it used to be, obviously I know it's not anymore, it used to be illegal to have dual citizenship if you were an American. If you, for example, if you took citizenship in America, you renounced and gave up your passport from wherever it was you came from. For years, that was the case. And I never could understand why. And I'm pretty sure most people just, oh, I lost my passport. You know what I mean? Who in the hell would do that? Come on. But that used to be a law. Anyway. And so I'm glad that it's not anymore. And it shouldn't be. All right, so Edgeful. Here's what's in play. We know about the reports, and this gap fill is still cooking, and the initial balance is the trade that I'll be focusing on. Well, guess what I found yesterday when I reopened it, because it's an app, right? So any updates, they just push through, and there they are. Look at this thing. Watch this. This is gonna knock your socks off. Wait a second, I want to do this. Hold on, let's do this one here. Okay, look at this. MES, IB strategy, 2 contracts. Pick the backtest period. Minimum win rate, profit factor, maximum. All the settings you want for the targets, etc. Long, short. It just ran the back test, and here are the results. Win rate, profit factor, 200 trades, maximum drawdown. There's the equity curve. There's the drawdown curve. Profit factor, consecutive drawdowns, or consecutive stops, consecutive win rate. How many long, how many short, day of the week. Where's that? Now, wait a minute. There's another menu here that I keep losing track of. Here we go. Algo settings. There's all the settings if you want to use it in, and you can, if you have it set up, you can just push this thing over to TradingView and it'll do the thing over there for you. And here's all the trades, just like IRT. Time, date, long, only day of the week, and all this kind of stuff. So I was pretty amazed. And I played with it late into the night, of course, trying to figure out how to get it going. Now, one thing I did want to report to you or show you guys, which I thought was pretty amazing, or pretty great, a good thing. Let's just make this a minimum win rate, a minimum profit factor of 3. Let's just make this 3, okay? In other words, I want a minimum win rate of 55%, so any trades that are looking lower than that, I don't want to consider them. Minimum profit factors is the R value, right? Drawdown, minimum amount of trades, etc. All right, let's go down here and do this. I hope this works. Yeah, there you go. The minimum profit factor can't be done. Here's the win rate. Here's the profit factor. The minimum profit factor that still allows this to run a back test is 2.54. Max drawdown, minimum amount of trades. So if I change this to 2.54 and run it, let's see what happens. Bam. Isn't that amazing? I was pretty... Now, I'm just getting my head around it all, but I'm running out of reasons to pay Bill Lind. I'll tell you that right now. And if I could, the next step is, you see how it says run this algo? Wait a minute, where'd it go? Something about, yeah, run this algo and trading it. If I figure this out so that I can chart these like I do here on IRT, where I chart this stuff, you know, if we look over here at the back test, and the stuff is exactly the same. The stats are all lined out and everything else, the same as they are on the back testing here, and the ability to send this to the chart as I do normally. Apart from the session prices, I don't know why else I would need IRT and that monthly fee, frankly. So I'm pretty, I was pretty amazed. Now, I just discovered all of this yesterday afternoon, but we'll see how it goes, but pretty amazing. By the way, you can see I just restarted, so everything's screwed up. Hit that. I don't want to, again with the orders, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Oh man. I don't want to do that. Boom. Boom. Okay, and if you do that IRT thing, if you use the Edgeful back test for the initial balance, you can set against these statistics and these it's all done with percentages. Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I was pretty amazed. It's like, well, thank you. Yeah, it definitely. I thought so as well. Let's see if I can get back over here. So, for example, let's go with the IRT. Let's go, and if you, I guess this is probably to try to sell the stuff, right? And you can also do these like the ORB. You can do with two profit targets and a stop, and you can set all that stuff up. Let's go with this break even stop on the initial balance. Well, here's where you can set up the profit targets. 1, profit target 2, break even trigger, break even distance, however you want to do it. And these are all based on the percentages of the in the initial balance, the 25 and 50 and 75 and stuff like that. So you can do all of that. And of course, I'm just, I'm talking out my ass because I'm just trying to point out what I found last night quickly. So I'm certainly not a whiz bang on it, but I was pretty amazed. And then of course, the thing to do, the next step, of course, is to take the algo option, and then you can design your own exact strategy and build it exactly how you want to do it. For example, the hedge strategy could easily be built and back tested. I guess. Equity curve, the drawdowns, and you can do forward testing and you can do back testing and forward testing by by, where did it go? Right here, the holdout. So in other words, you can stipulate how much data you're going to backtest, which is the same thing that you do in any system, including IRT. If you want to actually forward test using the computer, you set up the amount of time. Let's say beginning of time. I've got 1 year, so I'll make it say 2 years, and you go from 2 years back to January 1st of 2026. And you do the optimization and everything. And then to forward test, you do the complete optimized strategy and run the back test over the untested data, which would be January 1st to now. That's what this does. That's how that works. And that is typical, traditional, proper back testing. Pretty amazing, I thought. I got to be real careful. This frickin' mouse over here. This is the wireless MG25X or whatever the hell it's called. With those curve over buttons. Yeah. So there you go. Well, Boomer's got a new toy. Boomer's got something new to confuse him. But I was pretty pleased with that. And you can, same way with here, you can set the range of the IB and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I got to hand it to that Andre guy, who's I'm sure he's not doing all the work, but he's obviously the spark plug. Hats off to that guy, and he's like 26 or 7 or something. It's like still wet behind the ears. It's amazing. Good for him. I mean, I'm impressed with people that accomplish stuff like that. And even he makes comments about, he said, go back and look at some of these older videos at how Edgeful was when we started. He said, it's almost embarrassing that it was so simple, but I'm so proud of where it is now, the progress we've made in that period of time. And it really is. I had actually dropped it because when I first heard about it, I thought it was great, and I was grandfathered in, and I actually dropped the thing. And then I saw some stuff about it about a month or two ago, and I thought, whoa, crap, they've really come a long way. And I sent them an email and said, hey, I had this happen and that happen and something else happen. I'd be happy to pick my sub back up if I can get my grandfathered rate again. They said, sure, no problem. Now, it isn't much different, but, every little bit helps. So there we are, and we're at 9 o'clock. Still got a lag. I don't know whether to restart IRT or what to do with it. This morning, let's check something here. This morning we were 206% volume. Well, we're down to 163 now. So that's the problem. But you notice none of the other things, including, not that one. You notice none of the, well, I can probably shut that off. I'm going to shut that off and get rid of the, I don't think anybody needs this anymore. Screen snap if you want. I'm shutting that off to get rid of that lag, or just to, that computational time. For example, there's no problem over here in real time. So I was pretty amazed. Now for Hedgeville, as you might imagine, I tried using the NASDAQ. I am still recording this data for NASDAQ, but it's sucking the life out of the room, the oxygen out of the room, because specifically the MNQ, the micro. Look at this. They've already traded 1.75 million shares in that micro NQ so far. Way more than double everything else. And the minis themselves is nothing compared volume-wise. But these, so I don't want to put undue strain on my systems like IRT and Bookmap if I'm not going to use that data, which I'll continue to capture this for this week, so I'll have a full, week and change worth of data, and then I can practice the hedge stuff and see if it works. But it's so quick and so movement, it's such violent movement in terms of points. I'm not sure. Now let's see if I've got the hedge. We're approaching 9. Okay, and I'll see if I've got the hedge set up right. And boop, boop. Okay, there's that. It's active. I don't know what the hell this is all about. Let's see about this one over here now, the hedge boy. So yeah, that's the setup I have now. And then I put in the first trade, then the ad, then the hedge. And I'm still not clear exactly how to work the hedge. Which leg comes off when, and how to get at when I use the standard setup like this right here for a long. At this moment, when this hedge is on, it's 2.5 points in the hole on the hedge. I'm not sure how to get that back to even. I mean, maybe it's impossible. I don't know. Now let's look at the next thing. Let's look at get back to real life here and stop playing with this stuff. 25% bearish? Wow. So here we have initial balance breakout. Let's look at days of the week by Monday. So Mondays we have a 72% probability that that the breakout will go ahead, 20% double break, and 8% that we don't break at all. Assuming that we do double break, wait, it's by wick, right? Yep, by wick. Assuming that we double break or a single break, we got a 75% chance that after the breakout, after the initial balance high, there's a 75% probability that we retrace to the 25% level. Then 50% to level 2 to 50%. That's pretty high. That's a coin flip. In other words, there's a IB high, 25%. If we break the IB high, there's a 75% probability we will retrace to here. There's a 50% probability we will retrace back down to here. Then at only 25%, we go to this level. Oh, I'm sorry. This is 50 right here. Yeah, I'm sorry, not down here. So there's 25% we get here, 75% we get here, 50% we get to 50%, and then only 25% we get down here to the 25% hit. So that's not a very good odds, I don't think, on the Monday. Now, something that I've been noticing and I tried to work with is after about, well, there's a couple of things. First of all, the first initial balance level that's put in has the least probability of being exceeded. In other words, the low was put in first. It has the least probability of being taken out. The high would be. Makes sense. one of the things that I've been looking at with the back testing is front running, which I know I always complain about, and used to have. I actually even have a chapter thing that says, "Don't do that." And that is, but you got to be careful, right? And not, it can't be, I don't think it can be before, anytime before 9:15 or perhaps 9:20, because it's still possibility to move the IB high or low. And so my thinking is to do with the front running. I'm not thinking it's a very good idea. For example, another couple of minutes, we'll have 15 minutes, okay? I wouldn't want to front run above the 25% because we know there's a 75% probability that once the initial balance stat is taken, we're going to retest to here. Doesn't make any sense to go along anywhere up here because you know you're going to be looking at a drawdown unless you just target the IB high and flatten out there, which I don't think makes any sense. So these are just things I'm kicking around. Forgot to type anything in the damn. Forgot to type stuff in the open and all that. Man, I'm still in a little bit of shock at that damn thing. Oh, I tell you exactly what happened. The only way that this fat finger worked here was that I bumped the mixer while the mouse was in the active data column. That's the only way there could be a long. And it was way up here. I can click the hell out of things over here and nothing can happen. I can bump hell out of it. This active data column is dangerous. And now that there's the new book map, there's no way to turn that off. In the previous versions, you could select whether you wanted to trade the DOM or the active data column. The only way to turn it off completely that I know of at this point is to deselect any account. But it seems that this is always active. So, oops. What's the screener got going on here? By the way, NVIDIA reports that Wednesday after the news, or after the market. So let's see here. Am I going to screw up? No. Okay. 67% neutral at this moment on all of these boys here. What's in play? No reports in this category in play yet. Forming 0. I don't understand what the hell this. Why? I don't understand what I did wrong here, but I'm pretty sure something. 10 filtered out by data filters. Okay. Okay, I know exactly what this is. See this data filter right here? Oh, they jump up here. So let's make this 50% and see what we get here. Well, we have the ES and the NQ, but they are reversal to morning price. So they're both looking at reversals? I have to figure this out more. I'm sorry. I am sorry. And if you want to do, you know, tricky stuff, the initial balance is obviously just an opening range breakout based on 1 hour. So you can also use those stats and that in the algo thing to change those around. This is now, here is an interesting report. This is the initial balance by rejection. So assuming that the IB is formed first, which it was not, the IB low was formed first. That means that the IB high has a 76% probability of breaking. And the low 23%. Well, that's not, doesn't sound too, I don't know how that the hell is a rejection. Let me see what I'm doing here. Hold on. Nobody move. See what the little pictures. When in doubt, look at the pictures. So here is the IB low was formed first. Why is that a rejection? I don't know. Okay, I'll stop muttering to myself as I look at these pictures and get back to thinking about this. Okay, 18 minutes past the hour. Now, what do we got going on here? We got one. We're having lower highs and higher lows. I hate that megaphone crap. So in a sense, if I took along right around there at, to say the 45s, targeting the IB high, that would have a 75% probability of making the grade, and that's just about 10 ticks. 10 points, sorry. $20 minutes to the IB. I don't think they're going to go down and take a new IB low, but with the kind of the random news stuff floating around, I don't know. Right now, there's not a high probability in this being achieved because it's a neutral bias at the moment. It's just forming, I think, if I'm understanding all this right. Looking back, oh, doing it again. I gotta figure that out. Sorry about that. I mean, it doesn't change much, but you get the point. And what's going on over here? Well, so here's the continuation candle up. So that's meaning that would signal long bias at this point. Pretty quick. Going to be over with. And this is the IB. And the low is formed first. This bias is where we close compared to where we opened at the end of whatever period you got that set for, and I have it as the IB. I figured out how to get Google Sheets into dark mode. That was driving me crazy. Short trip, but you know. This looks like retail soup today, doesn't it? Monday's not the best. Again with the lower highs and higher lows. Look at that. Got a square dance going on with these VPOCs over here on them. Where am I? Which one am I on? This is what I wanted to be. That's where I want to go. Got a square dance going on over here. This is the mini. Obviously this would be the hedge instrument. I'd like to move this line over to the left over here, but I'm afraid to get in the trade over there if I do that. Jesus. I guess I could shut off the thing and then move it and then put it back on, I guess. That column is scary right there, that's for sure. Or not scary, but you gotta definitely be aware of it. Well, 5 minutes basically. The reason why it's important, I think the reason why it's important to wait to get, even if you're trying to front run these, based on that bias of the first IB, which first IB was set. Well, at this moment, it's the first one set was the low, and the IB high is the most likely suspect. But if in 5 minutes in some news hocus pocus we go zooming down here and put in a new low, that whole bias thing flips on its head, and with it go the probabilities, I think. We've got the RTH VWAP ticking up on the micros, but not the minis. I'm surprised that I have never really paid a lot of it. I've watched both instruments at the same time. Quite different. Quite different. This in terms of the VPOC and stuff like that. And a few times in the hedge now, maybe it's just a function of the replay, I don't know, but a couple of times it did not take the hedge. For example, there was a price difference. It got to the mini hedge, but not, it got to the mini ad, but not the micro hedge, or vice versa, you know. Other way around, micro ad and the mini hedge, but not the other way around. I'm not sure how often that happens in the real world. So we're going to have the initial balance set here in a couple of minutes. And if you don't know what that is, I will attempt to explain it. The initial balance is the high or low of the first 1 hour. It's an old market profile story, and it is the most probable statistic that occurs in a day that I'm aware of. Here you see that IRT has conveniently highlighted the correct open type, so I was right. Good for me, good for us. Here are the levels that have already been achieved, which are high. They've changed the color from black to blue. Good for us. So the POC, the mid, overnight high have all been achieved. The POC has not. And that's the most probable. But anyway, and it's going to be here pretty quick, I would guess. Anyway, the initial balance statistic is right here. It is the most probable in all 4 open types. Today, it's a 97.4% probability that either the IB high or the IB low will be achieved at some point in the RTH session between 9:30 and 1600. That's all the statistic is. Big deal, but that is the statistic. So now I've hooked up several different. This is the IB based on Edgeful data with the probabilities over here. This is the original initial balance setup with fixed zones, continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zone, and the rules. Now these are sent to these charts just for visualization. Any trade that's taken and plotted on the chart is all done in the simulated environment of IRT, having nothing to do with the live market over on the other side, Bookmap. I mean, it's live data. Both of them are driven by the exact same live data from Rhythmic, but no trading real money. Now, obviously, you're going to say, well, but you're not trading real money over here, and that's correct now. This is a prop fund, prop thing. Typically, I do trade my AMP Live account, which is my own money. But absolutely right. This is prop with Lucid. 5 accounts, 1 lead and 4 followers. Copy, trade, or whatever. And this is IRT simulated, just so that I can see that things are flagged and graphed and plotted as I expect them to be. Is the bar open yet? Let's check. Well, not yet. This is where I'm trying to figure out. There's no strategy built for this yet. The idea here is to figure out some way to graphically represent and then be able to backtest the breakout and retest, which is called the bar trade, and it's real popular with some pretty successful folks locally, Rod and Ferguson and Harry and those guys. But in order for me to backtest it, I need to be able to define the rules around the bar, right? That's the first thing. So that's what this tab is about. And this one is just simple. This is based on the Edgeful story and not the Brooks or the Fence or any of those. And it is, again, any trade that's taken with this strategy is within the simulated environment here in IRT. The way this will work is if and when it breaks the high or the low, there'll be open inside, close outside is the breakout. And pull back to the 25, to between the low, between the 25% and the 50% is the entry. And take profit targets are based on percentages above that. The other side of the coin that I hope I remember to do is this is for long. Because there's a difference in the shorts, and because there's a difference, where to go, retracement, there we go. So because there's a difference between, you see the difference here? This is breakout long, and this is breakdown. This means a short. 75% probability that the price will revisit the 25% level. 50% probability it would revisit the 50% level of the IB. This is percent of the IB. That's what, where'd it go? That are these lines right here. 25, 50, 25, another, or 75 coming from the top, however you want to look at it. But watch this. See what's happening here now? So what I've done is, look at the difference. 80% probability if we go short, which they call breakdown, there's an 80% probability we'll come back to the 25. There's a 70% probability we'll revisit the 50% from the bottom. And 30% we go all the way across to the 25 to the 75. Meaning then we break up, 75% we come to 25, 50% we come to the 50. If we break out the bottom, 80% we retrace to here, and whatever it was, 60 or 70%, we retrace all the way to the 50, and actually 30% we get all the way back up here. So I have the stops and the targets coded up differently, long and short, this one. And that to me is real low probabilities. I would be real apprehensive to take a short today. Where are you going to put your, what are you going to do? Say we break out. Well, first of all, I would not even think of entering until we're back in the 70s. And here we go at the bottom. Something's going to happen. You watch. And then what does that do? Puts my stop up here at the 75%? That's in a 30% stop's not that great either, is it? There we go. We have just pushed. Oh, we've taken out the IB low. You see that this is the statistic because here was 930. So that's trades off for me. That's taken out the IB low when the day was, the probability was for the high. So I don't know what that means. That means I better go get some more green tea and think about it.
IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Hello. What the hell happened? Obviously, news happened. But, see if we can figure out what. Let's see what Uncle Walter's got to say up here. One hour ago, Iran seeks long truce, Hormuz reopening in revised proposal. Rising treasury yields could add 1.5 trillion to the U.S. debt. These guys are doing a great job, you know. Every time never mind. Obviously, the higher inflation goes and the higher rates go, the more expensive the American debt becomes, and that's what that's all about. That's what he just said there. And that Bloomberg just said that. I mean, it's like, Jesus. Wouldn't you think that the Secretary of the Treasury and a couple of those fellas would understand that? But apparently not. Iran, oh, here you go. Iran launches Bitcoin-based shipping insurance for Hormuz. According to a semi-official news source. Wow, that's pretty funny. Of course, what that means is then that America will just jerk the rug out from under Bitcoin, which is probably, or the other world will, which is, you know, all it's really used for is drugs and crime anyway. So what the hell? Good. Jerk the plug. Couldn't happen in a nicer bunch. Strategy that, what's his name? Spends $2 billion to buy more Bitcoin in aggressive treasury move. So amazing, you know. Bitcoin was going to replace the dollar as the currency. Nobody can use it for anything except drug dealers and, you know, criminals to buy something. And so now this Einstein decides it's going to be a treasury thing that you hold for increased value. How does something that is worthless or that can be used for nothing increase in value? The only way is that the person who comes along behind you and buys it is willing to pay more. That's called a Ponzi scheme, I think. I mean, I don't have any axe to grind, but I think that's it. It just doesn't make any sense. And now if Iran or somebody starts, blatantly using that for insurance, wouldn't that be the first thing that somebody would undermine? I would think so. And I'm still trying to figure out what's going on, but you can bet something is. Let's see here. Where am I now? Oh, yes. Okay, over here. Over here. Financial use. Trump speaks at hell. Well, that's nothing new. Well, now here you go. Here we are again, like usual. Well, I guess what caused this was at 9:21, Iran under no circumstances trades war end for nuclear. I don't. Go figure. I guess that's what pulled this off, because that's 9:20-ish. That's all I see, anyway. Oh, there you go. What's this guy have to say? 4 crew members ejected. Well, that's good. Look at how they took that right straight down to that liquidity that has been living down here in this market since when? Since 8:38. That liquidity was there until that spike took it out, and that was amazing, huh? Why? What did this guy know? What did they know that we don't know? So the initial balance statistic has been taken to the wrong side. Now let's see what that does to all of this. All this Edgeful stuff. So the gap up was filled, was it? Ooh, thanks, Mom. Kind of pretty. It worked. Come here. Uh-huh. Outside day, no outside day, go up type. So am I losing my mind, or I don't see this initial balance thing anywhere? Let's check this out. Gap filled by weekday. Where the hell did the initial balance thing go? Obviously, this report's undoubtedly smarter than me. Oh well, okay, let's stop struggling with it and get back to the business at hand here. Well, I'm not disappointed about, here's the breakout, and there was a short. Oh, look at there. Now, this system doesn't know anything about Edgeful's statistics, right? So here we are. There is the breakout on that big dump, second of the big dump, and then pull back to the 25. So I can tell you right now that I've made a mistake in the code. As I said earlier, entry should have been at 50 on the short side. It was at 25, and now it's going in the right direction. But so that's a problem I've got over here. Because I have very definitely thought about that more than once. I thought I had made the code change. Oh, my eyes are, get some Tylenol on. Let's have a look, shall we? George. Oh, that's supposed to be 50. Why the hell didn't it do that? I am right. What I thought. Something's wrong there. This is incorrect. That entry is not right. Should be there. Should be no entry. I'll have to review this code. It's... Again, this is exactly why I do this in the simulated environment. Well, we're getting the VPOC migration lower on the full session VPOC. Something I find, oh, okay. Well, this would be then a VPOC. Oh, let's see what happened over here. Let's see if the old beauty's working. No. Oh, wait. Hold it. Nobody move. Yep, there we go. So it took a short and it took T1 and then scratch. Okay, that's good. And now it's doing some nonsense over here. Now it's going the wrong way, because it got into the pullback zone. So this is the one that killed me. This is the one that did fine until about, I don't know, January-ish, and then I just started bleeding to death by 1,000 cuts, and why I quit it. Because it exceeded the consecutive stops per the back test. A lot of pretty random noise here, isn't there? So what have I forgotten to do so far? IB stuff, okay. Just watch this market move. I'm getting behind with my timestamps here. Another pretty interesting tool that they have in Edgeful, which I think is valuable for traders, is this risk calculator. Now, I think you could access this without even having a Edgeful account. I thought I heard him say something. But I'll tell you what you can do, which I did long ago, which was, this is based on the hedge idea. So, based on the hedge and $1,000 drawdown, this is 12.5% of the account. So if you got a 40% win rate, you got a 79% probability that you're gonna blow up the account. You got to get over 60 before it becomes more or less probable that you will not blow the account. I think if you go Edgeful risk calculator, edgeful.com risk calculator, I think you can get this free. But in any case, you can do it manually, which I did somewhere, which I did here. So you can do the risk calculator here. You can do it manually yourself. I've done it a little bit more, put in the instrument and it automatically generates the tick value and decide whether you want it in dollars or ticks, and then how much you got, what's the deal, how many lots are you trading, and this gives you the consecutive stops. You see that that's the same number as was Edgeful, so that's how I use it to test. And then by changing the percentage here, you can get the probability of of blowing up the account. And I had a hell of a time getting this math to work right there. Tried 2 or 3 different things over here, how I do it. So it's 60%, I think it said, didn't it? Yeah, there's a 4.6% probability to blow it up, and if Edgeful's at 6, I don't know what nuance they use, but I figure if it's if I'm on the low side, I'm better off, right? So 70%, I have 52% probability that you'll blow up, and Edgeful says 1%. Don't know. We have the exact same data up here. I don't know. I've tried all the formulas, binomials and whatever else to get that to work. And anyway, there you go. So you can generate this yourself quite easily, or if you want a copy of it, I'm happy to share this thing with all the crap I got going on down here. Yeah, there you go. Let's see, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'll get over here and get back to the edge. And this thing does stuff like you put in MES, it automatically gives you the hedge. It puts in, I've done all of this to lookups over the weekend, and it puts in the tick values and blah, 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 blah. Bunch of meaningless crap, in other words. Keeps the old guy out of trouble. Well, I hope you got something there, Anton and Antonio. Somebody-o. Boy, this air quality and stuff, my eyes feel like I got gravel in them. It's already 27 over here. It's 9:56. Pick up sticks. Very, very definitely a mean reversion, kind of choppy, retail soupy kind of day. If you're making money, good for you. Otherwise, also good for you. And there's 45%, or 40 handles here on the IB so far. Just the IB. So 50 range. So that's pretty substantial if you're really good at that rearview mirror, which I've got to get a new rearview mirror. I'm going to send mine to the shop. I think it's not working very good. I'm going to know that that's the high. I'm going to take that short. And I'm going to go back to bed right over here when I knew that this liquidity was going to be the call, going to be the draw. What? Why would that be? What would motivate sellers, or in this case, to go there and hit that? I mean, it was only 100 and something. Wow, 400, 300, 237 sell delta. What are we on? The wrong damn window. I'm sorry. I take that idea. Hello, Richard. How's it going there? You guys are having quite the political dust up over there in UK too, huh? Streamers looks like he's going to get clobbered, and that Nigel, God, that guy, Farage, or whatever, however you say it, he seems to be moving to the front. Strange to me. But hey, good morning. We've got 27 over here. I don't know about you guys. quite some amazing things going on. I was showing Anton and Anthony and, you know, the lurkers. Edgeful has come out with some pretty amazing stuff over the weekend. I was just showing the guys. We're in the hole here. I guess I can show you quickly. So what they did was they came out with this thing right here, which is just pretty freaking amazing to me. Set it all up the way you want it. Set all of these parameters. Pick the strategy you're going to do. Take it all the way down here with the stops and the targets and everything else, and smack that, and you're going to get the complete back tests by day of the week, filterable by all different kinds of things. Let's see if it works here, now that I said that. There you go. So here's the, there's your equity curve and the strategy summary. Drawdowns. The strategy health, which is pretty amazing. And this is kind of cool too. That's the ranges of it all. Consecutive winners, you know, stops, consecutive winners and all that kind of thing. And then if you want to, you can go over here and look at the individual trades and plot them in TradingView. Quite amazing. I'm about one heartbeat away from getting away from IRT here. So that's that. Pretty interesting.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
The big pop this morning was on the news. I'm sure you've understood that. Man. And against all odds, we took the IB low against the typical momentum of the day, and right down to this liquidity, which came into the market at 938. Dumped it right down to that liquidity, picked them off, and went back into the range. Now, what they're going to do now, no. Pretty interesting. This might be an IBC setting up over here. I don't know. Oh, I missed a trade. I can tell you that right now I missed that. Except it didn't get to my 50% level. But I did miss the IB pull back to the 25% and then continue on, which is in line with this statistics. But as I explained earlier on the short side, I'm working on 50 instead of 25 because of the wonderful things it does. Because of right here. With the IB breakdown, 80% probability will break out and retest to the 25 level, which we just did, no problem. 70% we make it to the 50% of the IB, which is right here. So there's 25 and there's 50 and there's a 75 or 25 off the top. So there's the stat. Boom. Boom. 80%. Now what's it going to do on? Who knows? But that's what it says, and that's what's happening. IB 25. What are we gonna do? We never made it to 50. I don't see any going on here. I see where, never mind. Negative stuff. I'm tired of talking about negative things. Seems like that's all I see coming down the news pipe, though. Or what seems negative to me, anyway. I think that can weigh on your psyche, or at least mine. So let's see where we are now. Wait, I've probably forgotten half of the got a bar forming up here, though. I'll bet you we've got a bar growing. I bet we got a bar growing over in IRT. Let's go look. Huh? Bar open? No bar yet. Why? Why is this not a bar here? The reason is because it was the range was too close. So let's go back here. Oh, look at there, we got another one. Now I'm gonna have to think about this. Oh yes, okay, there's the B, all right. There's the, all right. What's happening over here? This guy making money, losing money, making money, losing money. Yeah, I'm not trading that way. Tell you, Anton and guys, when I saw that Edgeful stuff yesterday afternoon, I was so wishing I could share. You know, my first reaction was, "Oh, I got to show you guys this thing." I wish I could. I guess I could post stuff in those kind of things in the risk neutral Discord, I guess, and then you guys would be able to know about it besides just during the stream. Or maybe I'm the only one who cares, but yeah, that was my first thought yesterday. Well, here we have is about as clear a consolidation, breakout, and retest. Now, what would I do? I'd short this. If it were me playing the bar trade, I'd short that. And that's probably not the thing to do, because what are we doing all day? Pretty much a balanced mean reversion kind of day, isn't it? Let's just think about this a minute. I'm not doing this. I'm just, thinking out loud here. Now, if I wanted to do this as a hedge, I have to override my biases, which is to short. I guess the hedge thing would be asymmetrical. Get short right here. The hedge is going to be above it. We got a VPOC migration lower a couple of times. Got a crazy Ivan in the middle over here. I just don't know what would drive this market one way or the other. What I'm talking about is crazy Ivan right here. VPOC migration south. Test there. Looks like a bar about as, breakout, retest. I'd bet money somebody took that in the static world. This one here is still I find this just an amazing thing. And here again, is that right? Almost. Let's just see what's going on. See what Walter's up to. What are you doing there, Walter? Oil futures turned positive in volatile trade as worries about supply disruption offset economic concern. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloomberg. What do we got going on here? This guy, oh man. Now, it's important to remember that this is deceptive. I'm talking to myself, remember. I keep thinking, that's not much action. It's like, you know, what do we got here? We got 7, 8 handles. 10 handles, damn near 10 handles there. I get deceived quickly with Bookmap's scale. I guess it's because I'm old and stupid, maybe. I don't know. Let's pop up here and look. We got 5 minutes. We got, let's get to one point. Why are we not getting to 1 point? There we go. That's the way I like it. 1 point. So, yeah. Bar, breakout, retest. Now what are we doing? Some more, I guess. Out the bottom. Definitely not the place to be shorting. Or definitely the place to short. Depending. Deep ending. All right, well, good for you. I hope you're short here because this thing's going that way now. It's finally coming to its senses, and IBC is working out fine. Or a VPOC migration, or whichever one of those things you want to use. And the just down below there's that statistic of 80.8. Remember, the overnight volume point of control. So I hope the hedge you're in is a short one. Jesus, still got a big lag. What's going on? Is volume still crazy? 136% volume. Still. Wow, 10:30. I was wondering why we're still getting a big lag going on over here, but I see now. Well, this one's just going to keep going until it's happy as a pig in the mud. So there would be 2 trades on this IB thing by Edgeful, and there's 57 ticks on that one. And whatever this is going to be, because there's 1 T, or T1 and T2's down the pikes there somewhere, so. And this guy over here is good reason to quit. Yeah. Good for you. Well, that is a beautiful 15 points there. If off the IB, so that IBC is just working like clockwork. I think I was on mute. That was pretty stupid. I was talking about the fence trade. Sorry about that. That is the setup here. The way that works is the breakout here is open inside, close outside the IB. The trigger is for open outside, wick back into the range, and close back outside the range again. That's the trigger for the fence. And then go in that direction. Sorry about that. But the IBEF is the one I've been really focusing on here because it's based on percentages and definite data that I'm getting out of Edgeful. So and essentially we're having another, there's a bar, there's a breakout, there's a retest again, I guess you want to call it that, and we still got that statistic down below us, which is likely to be taken. 80% probability, and that looks like it's going to happen here. PDQ. Yeah, there you go. I'm liking that nap deal. That sounds like a real good idea. I like your style there of catching those. And I'm assuming some of those trades were ETH before the open, right? I'm guessing. Yep, thanks. I'm tired too. I got a headache. I just took some Tylenol. My eyes are killing me. This thing is really rocking right along over here, though. There's that overnight volume point of control. Actually been taken according to the volume profile. Oh, come on, mouse. Stop doing that crap. Once a day is enough. One shock a day is plenty for me. Well, there we go. There's the open. Opening swing, and down we go. And I missed the whole damn thing. if I hadn't have been so damn quick on the trigger over here, I'd have been long for this. You know, that is definitely a joke. Anytime you have, I believe, anytime you have a mistrade or a misfire or a fat finger, out immediately. Any kind of an execution error, I don't even look at it. I just start finding close and cancel, or vice versa. Can't, you know, close and cancel. That was a way no good deal there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not feeling very good, and I'm standing here watching this market sell off, talking about why I'm not taking the trades. And damn, this cannot. You know, I need to break that cycle. Oh man. Have a good nap, and you know, hydrate. Get yourself hydrated real good. Make sure. Ooh, the boss is calling. That's always a good sign. Let me go see what that's all about. Well, what do we got going on now? And I'm full as a tick and soon to be sleepy, I suppose. Any doesn't look like any craziness on the news front after this morning. I find anomalies like this right here. I know I've said this before, but why? You know? Was that some sort of... I've heard all kind of crazy, you know, like flashing orders is one algorithm talking to another one saying we're gonna go here or whatever. You know? I'm not sure that I believe any of that. I don't believe any of that, but... Okay, why did this order come in here? And what was the draw to pull this straight down to that price and rebound? What was it? Those are the things that really, I realize this is a random environment and that there's a lot of dynamics and skullduggery going on behind the scenes, but that kind of thing is just, that's kind of amazing to me. Put some medicine in my eyes about the top of the hour here. Really taking a lot of strain with them lately. I don't know what to think about that. Not good, that's for sure. Here we go. Now this would be a classic breakout and retest, as I understand them. The bar, breakout, retest, to go short again. But here we are back up here. I mean, not that I'm suggesting that's the trade to take. I'm just trying to work out how to read this and then build a strategy on it. That's one of the clearer ones, and if you're looking at it on the map of books over here, there would be the bar, the breakout, the retest. Did they tag that POC? Yep. Overnight VPOC just to the tick. Oh, let's check. Let's check the stats over here, baby. Overnight volume point of control. No. Oh, well, wait a minute. Hold the phone. According to IRT, it did not. Right there, did not. Well, it's within a tick of it right there. Look at that. I guess it's at the BPOC. It didn't exceed it, would be my guess. Okay, I'm gonna go jump to the shower and medicine in my eyes and try to see what's gonna happen here next. Got the music on, you got the right screens going. Everything's okay. Station prices should be flopping along fine nicely. The reaction would be to take it short again, but that's not necessarily the right approach, especially going into this time of day. I'm going to be discretion the better part of valor here. Same old, same old? Yeah. Again with the range. This is 10 handles. Yeah. I gotta do something. Okay, I'm gonna head for the walk. I'll be back in a flash.
the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oops. Talking to that muted mic again. I gotta move that. One bar trade after the other here. Boy, there's some making some what's going on exactly? Well, that felt better. Eyes are killing me. So, sell the rips, huh? And this one got to both targets. So that would have been 156 ticks plus this T1. I can't focus on the damn screen. I don't know what's going on there, but my eyes are really not having a good day. Got the forbidden W reversal down here, and then came across the the midpoint. We've got higher lows and higher highs, flattening off again. A lot of that lately. I had gotten my bias backwards. Open to close. Last bar in the in the IB. That's a negative, whatever they call that thing, candle, and it's a the opening candle continuation, and it's a negative, so it's a short bias, 74%, 33% of probability of a green day, 66% of a red day. I'm having a real weird time with my eyes here. I'm gonna have to warm medicine in them, I guess. The drops, they're not medicine, it's just drops. I think all it really is saline solution, to be honest with you. 28C, mostly cloudy, poor air quality. Well, we got a good dunk of the old eye stuff there. We'll see how that works. No, bar breakout that I was going to short would have been a great idea. If they get to this 75 and turn around like they did right here. Well, this is certainly why we're selling off. Why is this so late? Bloomberg doesn't have anything here either. Well, this thing, this thing has died, huh? Well, here we are. Hanging on the edge of some random news that may or may not appear. The market has no clue what to do at this moment, in my opinion. Let's look at something else. Let's think about something else. So the IB trade worked out quite nicely today on this side, the EF. There's T1 and there's T2. 156 ticks on T2, and T1 is about, what is T1? Let's see. I need to be able to draw that stupid line. Boom, right there. Boy, IRT doesn't like this crosshairs at all. It can't figure it out. What do we got for more trouble than it's worth? So say 74.30 to so there's 30 and 50. There's 180 ticks. Jesus, that's painful, isn't it? Isn't that incredible? 180 ticks. $40 points, I guess. 45. Yeah, there they took it. They tagged it. They tagged this liquidity. I don't know what's causing that, but that is really look at here. Same exact thing. I mean, that's pretty uncanny. And remember, this is 30 handles. 25. Hmm. That's amazing. Well, here we are in the power hour. I'm just messing around looking at some of these reports because I'm not doing anything. That was I should have taken that one or that one, but I'm not, ridiculous to say. Those things are stupid to say. Wow, look at that. Well, somebody said something. Somebody did something with Iran right there. Absolutely. That is just exactly why you need to be careful. This could go right through the roof. I hate this kind of an environment where it's just, especially now. Look who's in charge of these random events. Holy crap. Brent crude settled at $112 a barrel. Well, let's see. NVIDIA's CEO interview. There we go. No attack on Iran tomorrow. Truth Social. Oh, Jesus, look at that. I mean, look at this crap, Tweet on Truth Social. And this is what happens to the ES. Well, I mean, good for 90 million people, but this is exactly why you need to absolutely have your brackets in order and have everything on the Well, I'll show you what I know. I didn't know that they were planning an attack for tomorrow. So I guess I'm sorry, wrong screen. What a interesting policy. Government policy and war against 90 million people being conducted over a social media platform. That's pretty strange, don't you think? Pretty strange. To say the least. To say the least. Well, yeah, I wouldn't know what to say or do as far as taking any trades. So I'm going to continue to work on this back testing and statistics. Do the daily recap at the bottom of the hour like usual, and the market on close and balance at the top of the hour at 1450. Duh, football, and then the stream's going to wind up at 1500 as usual. How the hell can that be 800? That's pretty amazing. Yeah, what a what a deal. Well, it ta- I'm just having lunch here. Huh? Guess what? Guess what this is? Crazy. Crazy. It's a range fill. Isn't there a range fill? That must be out, maybe inside or outside bars. There's a picture of the pretty old Vietnamese girl in her little suit there. Cute. Wow, what a dog. I blew it big time right here, coming out here after the eye medicine and saying, you know, I had a good short here, and then, wow, well, I'll just check in a minute. And I would really like somebody to explain to me these phenomenon right here, boom, and right here, boom. Please. I said please, I asked nice, so somebody explain it. No, this thing won't get rid of that. Dismiss. I don't care. Get rid of that. Just out of, I'm not interested in this market anymore, so. But what I am interested in is confirming whether the stats I get on my IRT are similar to what happens here. So let's look at IRT. Let's look at this. Now this is based on the Edgeful setup, which I've explained about a million times, but anyway. The IB, the breakout or the first signal is is a breakout, and then there's the when it tracks back, that's the signal, that's the trigger to the 25%. Okay. So if I do that on both, 2 contracts, where the hell do they take profits? Let's think about what those are. These are shorts, so that's minus, right? Hmm?
Unless you saved it.
I think it's for Apple. I think it's for Apple, but Mom probably. Well, people's password.
Yeah, I got it.
What is it? Hoping, but I'm also hoping I wake up 35 years old. What I'm trying to figure out here is if I'm getting the exact same backtest data out of this as I am out of IRT, because then I can stop worrying about coding this junk and just get on with the other. And it's got pretty much everything here. Long, shorts, long, 99 short. All those biases are pretty much the same. I mean, it's got pretty much the same breakdown. Oh, I don't set the maximum drawdown in RT. Got it all set up, right? What a clever little girl you are. Well, there's 20 to 90. Let's see what the max drawdown was. Come on, RT, wake up, please. Just a mess. I could well, I don't think it's my machine. I didn't realize we were there already. Okay, let's shut this off. And this off. Excuse me, and this off. And get over to the world famous recap. Well, what happened? We opened lower out of range, and then there we are. Whoops, come on. There's our open. Opening swing, all day short, We're not going to blow up 90 million people. And here we are. Unfortunately, these markets are just completely at the whim of tweets and stuff. It's amazing to me, but there you are. There you are. So this is the IRT charting. MES, MNQ. This is the daily profile, which is the micro composite. You can see where we are today, where we opened and where we closing. Yesterday, day before. Oh, I did something wrong here. I know why I didn't do that. They didn't overlap. Now today these will overlap. I knew I had a reason for not doing that, and then this morning early when I was sleepy, I thought I'd forgotten something. Anyway, this is the RTH session. Each candle is an RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and there you are. We'll have a new one starting right here. Because we had a gap up, gap down, no close. Market profile. What do we got going for volume now? I wonder, we've been high. Well, we're still over 125. It was 200 and some percent this morning. We're still over 125% volume. And the minis are, what is this nonsense? Oh, look at there. These didn't change. They did not change back and forth. That's bad, man. Hold on, I don't see any frantic emails or texts, so I guess we're okay. As far as the session prices go. That's a bummer though, I didn't notice that. And this again, this one as well. These reset as well. Well, that is pretty weird. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I know for a fact that right after the open, I set those to RTH. I do that, every day for years. You can check with the stream, but that's pretty weird. That means that a few of the values, the developing and the value area high and low, for example, are not correct at that point. But that's pretty weird. Okay. Well, there we are. So let's get on to what else is going on. This is what rules our lives now as traders. Truth Social something and some other tweet from somewhere, and there you go. And he's going to be talking about healthcare at 15:30. So more exciting news. This is wrong because that he just completed his interview. So yeah, there you go. 13:30, not 15:30, not 16:30. Wow. And here is the economic calendar and earnings from investing.com, which is my old favorite. What do we have tomorrow? ADP employment change. Pending home sales, no 3 stars. You can filter for whatever you want, and you can also notice that the event title changes to a URL, so you can, if you don't know what core CPI year over year for Canada is, you can go find out. And here is the world famous financial juice. This is where we're going to have our market on close and balance here at 1450. And you'll notice that they do pull non-economic events, but those events which have high probability of impact on our market, as if there's, you know, from a risk point of view. So that's why I appreciate it. These things here, for example, is that you think that's got any risk? Well, let's see. 73 to 74.20. That's substantial, isn't it? Straight up, without any warning, without any volume. You know, there's delta volume, but straight up from the only people that got a hold of this were, in my opinion, were market makers with the algorithms. Who could trade that quick? Maybe somebody, maybe. Yeah, so that's the news. I'm going to get back to the... I think I'm the only one listening to this, so that's not a problem. Get back over here to the... to this. I'm dying to find out how to... see if I can get these two hooked up. See max drawdown. What that does. Same profit factor, irregardless. Oh. Let's see what 3 months does. $1,600 in 3 months. I don't think I've got these. I'm not sure if I'm using these right. From the sweep. Well, what is the sweep? Does this mean that it goes 25% past 25%? Or I believe the sweep is that when it takes out the IB, is what I think. Target for IB as a percent above the sweep level. But we don't want it to be 225% above the sweep level, I don't think. This was probably supposed to be 25. And this was supposed to be 50, I think. Ooh, big difference, huh? I wish I could plot this to trading view so I could see on a chart what one of these looks like. Now, I wonder if I can by just mechanically doing it. See what the trades show us. Long entry. Exit. Stop loss, okay? Take profit 1, take profit 2. So here's one that I could do by just looking at Trading View, I guess, and seeing where these levels plot. I guess. You wanted to plug the charging thing to your eye? Oh, I knew that. Good girl I made it. Really cute, baby. Good girl. Well, there goes my Apple Watch. Out the kazoo. And here we go. Look at here. So we're gonna kill him. We're not gonna kill him. Oh man, crazy crap. We got 6 minutes till the market on close, and then I'm gonna wrap this off, and I will be busy up to my little nose in back testing and trading. And tomorrow, well, Tuesday's a terrible day. We'll go through that, but Tuesday is the worst day of the week for the IB strategy. Let me just show you that while we're here. Gap fill, IB breakout. Opening, there we go. Bi-week day. Tuesday. 61% of the time it breaks out, 38% it does not, 0 on the initial balance. And customize by the pullback. 75, 50, 25, 80, 70, terrible, 25. So we'll see how it works tomorrow. I'll be practicing up on the, I'll be working on the trading as soon as I can get my eyes to come right here. Maybe I'll go out for a walk. I don't know what's the matter. I'm just not having a lot of luck here. And in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can't take T1, T2 and plot these to see what we got going on, and then I'll be able to plot a stop loss down here. This is only taking one trade. Actually, this is only taking one trade a day, isn't it? It is. Okay. Well, there's only one IB, so I guess that makes sense. 4 minutes till the on close. Alright, back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I will wait for this market to close off. I'll bring the stream down and then I'll be busy working over here. Three months, so that's 90 days. Let's see what happens over here. Oh, this thing is just such a pain in the ass nowadays. I don't know what to say about it. So this 20-second lag. 20-second lag. And this is a powerful machine. I really don't understand. I mean, it's freaking boring, I'll tell you that. I'll wait till after I shut that. Till I'll reboot all the IRT stuff. After the cutover, this is not happening at all here. I can't get it to do anything. Okay, let's close out. Let's close out. Let's go up here to the windows. If this works, I don't know. Come on. Oh yeah, that's it. Get all screwed up. I'd shut the damn thing off if it were not so close to the close. There's 1450. So let me just do this Windows thing here. There we go. All right, let's get rid of this noise and get back to market on close. Sell side, all except the Dow 30. There's the market on close imbalance. So there you go. 159 million, 592 million sell side S&P, 541 million sell side NASDAQ, 93 million sell side Mag 7, and 52 million buy side Dow. So there you go. Remember to take care of yourself. I should eat my own dog food here. Get out and rest your eyes and stay in shape and stay fit. And I'm busy trying to think about what I'm going to do with this back testing and get over this analysis by paralysis drama. Stupidness, actually. Especially with the hedge on, I know exactly that I have $127 risk. At the worst, if I let it trade all day, that's the worst that's going to happen. So, and we're going to tick up here, I guess. Well, if you want to be technical about it, there's the IB. We did take it out a long time ago over here, and we pulled back to the 25%. So technically, you could say you were going to go short. That's a joke, but technically it would be right. It's not happening over here because IRT's having such a hard time keeping up. And it's too late. So I have end of day rules here that will not take a trade and will flatten out at 14:30. So that's never going to be the case. We're going to be done in 6 minutes, and I'm glad. I want to get on with this back testing thing and get ready for tomorrow's stream. 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, every trading day. And I got to get more proactive for sure. Okay, 4 minutes. I hope you had a better day trading. I didn't do anything, which is a terrible day, except stand here and watch trades go by. So that's really, really bad news. Well, let's see if I can figure out how to do this to this doesn't tell you anything over here. I tried this last night. I don't think there's... These are the settings. All right, a minute. So remember that you're the most critical tool in your trading office. Spend a lot of time picking out monitors and computers and indicators and whatever else, and fail to realize that your eyes take in all the data, your brain processes it all to make trading financial decisions for your family and you. And if you don't believe that you are the critical piece of equipment, tomorrow morning, 8:30 Central Standard Time, market open, get all ready, get your coffee, get everything set up like you normally do on a trading morning. Bell goes off, close your eyes. Trade for 5 minutes. Tell me how it goes. So you need to take care of yourself, be as fit as possible. Exercise every day, rest your eyes, get out and get some natural light. Be well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt for whatever reason, don't get near the keyboard or the mouse. Just stuff like that, common sense things. So you don't fly a plane, or do you don't drive a car, or just things that are common sense. That's a big help. And there's 1,500. So there is 7 hours and 37 minutes on the stream. So thanks a lot for coming by. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe, contribute to the chat. Anton, Anthony, Richard, see you guys tomorrow, I hope, or down the road at some point. And I'm going to be heading off here to work on this thing myself. More stuff in my eyes, and then come back and hit this back tester. See if I can correlate whether how they're running together between IRT and the Edgeful back test, and then I'm going to be thinking pretty serious about what I'm going to do next. So have a great evening, and thanks for coming by. Risk neutral trading.